Good morning. Getting everything started up. Start up my server. Do a quick review of what we got done yesterday. I was able to do quite a bit yesterday. We made really good progress. And then we'll get started today on some more fun stuff. All right, so yesterday we worked on our combat scene and we added a little bit of cleanup, but we also added a section for, let's go ahead and push play and we can see what it's doing right now. It should work since I started up the server. We're still a little early on, but we're making some really good progress and making quick strides here. So things are starting to come together already. So we have our combat scene. We don't have any graphics. We're just working with UI elements for now to just kind of lay everything out. But we do have data on the back end supporting this. You can see it's setting up a enemy side in the battle, and then this is the player side in the battle with their party members. It's pulling the data successfully from the back end. Down in the console here, it's probably hard to see on the stream, but it's updating every 3 seconds. So it's streaming the combat data successfully. So that's going to really help for the next steps we make as far as creating our combat loop and making sure that data is updating. I think what we're going to try to start off with is every 250 milliseconds. So 4 times a second, we'll update the front end and see how that feels, see how performant it is. But yeah, today I'm hoping we can set up some type of crude combat loop where all of the members of the combat here will take turns attacking each other, and their hit points should change, and one team or the other should come out as the victor, which would be great if we can get to that point by the end today. I think we probably can. It'll still be a very crude representation of the end combat logic, but if we can at least get that initial loop set up, we can refine and reiterate over that over several sessions, because the next several sessions I have, and let's kind of look at my task list I built out. So I built this out on the very first day we were developing this, and I like doing this with a lot of my projects. It kind of helps build out all the different shorter term tasks as far as the long term project goal. So I've kind of broken this out into all these different sections. So right now we're working on this and kind of this next one too eventually here. These two might kind of work together, but we're working on the combat scene, making sure we can create a combat flow where the heroes and monsters in the combat are attacking each other. And then we'll set up some kind of logic that determines when combat ends based on if all the heroes died or all the monsters died. But so that would be like the rough crude loop. But then we're going to go back through and we're going to keep adding different things that enhance combat. So one of the big ones is items. So this first step here will be creating items for the game. And then we'll figure out a way to implement those on heroes so that it's updating the hero's stats correctly in combat. So that's kind of the next step after this crude combat loop. Then we're going to go into making some party management UI stuff so that we can easily like drag and drop items to equip them and manage our inventory. We're just going to create a few temporary buttons to kind of trigger additional battles. So if you win a battle, we want to set that up where you can say, okay, fight another battle, just at least during the testing phase. That's not how the end game will work, but I want to add some testing stuff in here so we can test more than one battle in a play. I want to build out loot. So as soon as we have a way to trigger more battles, it makes sense to give loot at the end of battle so that you could then go into like your party management UI and upgrade your heroes. And then I think once we get that much done is when I'm going to start building out the monster generation. Right now I just have some data kind of hard coded into the database as test data, but we want to build out a fully fleshed monster generation system. So that's what that next step will be. That'll start, once we get to that step, we're going to start feeling like we actually have a game and it's not just a test, you know. We're going to see some random stuff in there. We'll be able to have a little bit of difficulty involved and see if kind of build that out a little better. I think the next thing that I put on here will be tied to leveling up the heroes. So we'll build that into the game at that step. And then skills, even though skills looks like a quick little thing here, I think skills is going to be one of the hardest things once we get to it because there's so many different things involved. You've got to set up like a system where it's reusable across all the different skill types. So in code, that means we need to set up some kind of parent class that can be inherited by the different classes underneath, like a healing spell needs certain on the action trigger, it should cause a heal to a character, and a fireball might cause an action to multiple targets. So there's a lot of different things on skills that we'll have to think through when we're setting that all up. There's going to have to be like an effect and a target. It could be a list or it could be a single target. So yeah, when we get there, we'll have a better idea of what it needs to be, but there's going to be quite a bit of complexity in setting up the skills. This kind of goes with the skills section. We're going to just set up a way for you to place which skills you want to use with each hero on the UI so that you can click those skills in combat. And that's the same thing too. So those all kind of go together. And then we're just setting up, this goes with it too, just trigger the actions when you click the button. And once I get the skills working for the player, or for the heroes, for the player's team, I want to also get some skills built into the monster objects as well in the generation. So that'll be a thing after that. Then I want to do buffs, which is just another, it's kind of like another type of skill, but a buff could either be like a damage over time spell, or it could be like a strength spell that gives your characters more strength where they can do more damage. So I don't think that'll be crazy hard because once we get the skills built out, this is just kind of an effect on top of that. And then my goal, so this is kind of like a stretch goal as I mentioned. My goal is to then create a testable build that I'm going to set up where people can download the client, and I'm going to have a test day sometime around Thanksgiving where people will be able to download the current client. I'll have the server running either on Amazon or locally and make sure that it's accessible through the internet. And we're going to do some basic testing. This won't be anywhere near completion for the game, but this will be able to give me some good feedback, do a little bit of performance testing to make sure that some of these RPC calls aren't going to take crazy amounts of resources and slow things down. So that's kind of my midterm goal. Of course, these are all little short-term goals leading up to this midterm goal. But that's what I'm shooting for right now. I just updated this last night after we did our stream yesterday to kind of flesh this out a little bit better and put some timing to all of it. So this is probably a pretty tough goal, but I think it's manageable and we can get there. I might have to do a couple extra streams if I'm falling behind towards the end here, but I do have a little bit more time off when I get closer to Thanksgiving as well through my normal job, so I can probably play catch up that last week there to get things prepped. So anyways, I wanted to give a quick update on where we're at. We're still very early on in the development, of course. We've only completed these steps up here and we're working through this one. But like I said, things are moving quick. I think by Thanksgiving, which is only about a month away, we can have a testable build that's doing a lot of the combat stuff will be working. So the combat related part of the game will be working. That's a really big part of the game. So that's why I'm starting with that first. I want to make sure we get that part working well, and then we can build stuff around that a little bit. I'm going to switch over now. So let's go ahead and stop this running. So my plan today is to start working on the combat loop. So the way I'm setting this game up will be like a authoritative server. So the server itself is going to manage all the game logic, and the Unity client is really more of a just a front end UI where we're passing it data and it's displaying it and giving you interactable elements that you can send back to the server. So like the buttons that we set up on here will be the interactive ways to interact with the server and cast spells or just go through different game flows such as moving in the dungeon or finishing combats and stuff like that. So because of that, because it's an authoritative server, a lot of the combat loop logic we're going to build out in our server, our Java code. So we already have the combat service, and it's already set up in a way where this call that we're making, and we called it get combat by ID, but we might rename this because this is really ending up to be what it's looping through. So right now on our test, every 3 seconds, this is running and sending the data back to the client. And all we're doing right now is just pulling data from the database and sending it. No updates are happening. But our plan is to do some combat logic in here. So we'll probably create a few separate methods to make this clean because this is already a fairly long method. And within there, then we'll work on the logic that we need to set up so that we can loop through the different heroes and monsters, figure out how we want to base that, and how we want to trigger that. Let me go to the database. So I did make a few updates to the database off camera after our stream yesterday. I mainly just wanted to build out the test data so that we had all of this data. Originally, I just had a few items over here. I had like monster level, name, HP, and MP just so it would display on the UI. So I went ahead and built out the rest of these stats, just something basic that was kind of close to what these should be. So I did that for the enemies, and I also did that for the heroes that we currently have in the game. So they all have actual stats now. The base stats are there. They have damage, which normally damage would be related to the weapons that they have equipped, but we're not quite to that step yet. So I just put in some different damage numbers to test different amounts during the fight. and we have attack speed. So attack speed, and actually I'm realizing now that attack speed didn't do exactly what I wanted. I had decimals in here, and it looks like this must be an integer field because it truncated anything I had in there. So that might be an update I need to make. Or I can even base this in a different way. But I think it looks nicer if I make the attack speed like a number of seconds before their next attack comes in. Let's see if we can update that fairly easy. Yeah, I have it as an integer. And really I need it to be... I don't know if I need it just to be a double. Let me Google real quick what the recommended type would be. Data type for a field that has 2 decimal points. What's the double data type? What are the differences here? Mm. It looks like the recommended, I don't know for sure. I mean, we're not trying to do anything crazy here. We just need a few decimal points of precision. So it looks like either float or double or decimal are the 3 main options I would have. Decimal, I can kind of size it to a way where it will use probably less space, and might be the easier one to use. So let's do that. Let's see. So it's saying to use, I want this to be anywhere from kind of like 0 to 100 with 2 decimals, let's say. So we could do precision would end up being 4 with 2 decimal places. I think would end up capturing it. That way the field type is not using quite as much data probably to store that. I'm not entirely sure if that thought process is accurate, but I think that'll work good. Now let me look at all these other ones to make sure I didn't screw them up too, because it looked like I use integers across the board here. But I don't think I want anything except for integers in all these other values. So that's fine. Let's apply that. Hopefully it doesn't get mad at me with the data that's already in there. I hope it didn't delete anything. All right. now, because it truncated those values, let's see if we can kind of fix these back to similar to what they were. Because I wanted to try some, because I'm doing the updates every 250 milliseconds, I wanted to make sure that all these are incremented in that way, first of all. And then I did it that way also. I'm putting some in there in different amounts to test it. So I think this one I did 2.5. This one I did 4 is fine for that one. Let's try 3.75 for a different number. And let's do 3. I don't have a 3 up there yet. Just give us some different speeds. That way we can see how that affects the gameplay. And over here, we'll kind of do the same thing. Let's see. Let's make one of these 2.75. Oh, I can't do that until I change the data type on this one. Alter table. Yeah, we're going to have the same issue here. I didn't have this set up right. Decimal 42. Okay. Let's rerun that so that it shows the precision. Let's do 2.75. What else we got here? Let's say this one's 3.5. Well, 2.5. 3.25. Let's say this evil fairy is slow. Just as another test. All right. Because I made the fairy slow, let's increase its damage slightly. Let's go up to 11 and 4. That'll kind of give the idea that maybe it's casting a spell and it takes a little more time, but it does more damage when it hits. Something like that. Did I already apply that? I did. Okay, our test data is set up then. And we have this idea for the combat loop where it needs to each monster and each party member is going to be put into a large list. So that's, I want everything to inherit from a new class we're going to create called combat unit. And then from there, we're going to iterate through that entire list of units, and we'll take down, we'll take off some of their time. So if 0.25 seconds has elapsed, then it should remove that much from their current time elapsed counter for their attack speed. And once that gets down to 0, I'm going to have it trigger an attack. And this will get more complex, of course, when we start adding other things like skills and spells. But that's my initial thought process is we're going to have it scale down as the time goes through. And once it hits 0, it causes an attack to trigger. We'll have to set up some kind of routine that determines who they're attacking. I know I already mentioned in the previous video, but the way this is set up, we have 2 rows. We have a front row and we have a back row on both sides here. So this is like any other old school RPG. The front row is kind of like the tankier characters, and the same with the enemy side, it'll work the same way. So for these melee characters to be able to attack the evil fairy, they actually have to destroy everything in the first row first. Unless they use a spell or skill that can have range, they have to attack these front row characters first. So that's the way I'm setting this up. So as far as the logic when it's determining who to attack, we we have to define something in there that says if this is a regular melee attack, then it has to be someone in the front row. And then from there, at least initially, maybe we'll just make it random. It'll be from 1 through 3, just pick a random one to hit, and then it does that. And maybe we'll build some complexity into that later on as well, where maybe we can either choose a target or maybe different spells can affect which targets, or maybe there'll be some kind of AI editor where you can tell it like some basics, like maybe you'll say fight the highest HP opponent or hit the lowest HP opponent, stuff like that. But for now, like I said, it's going to do a basic random decision on the ones that are available. So since everyone in the group right now will be tied to this idea of melee attacks, we don't have any spells or skills yet. All of these 3 enemies in the front have to be destroyed first before we can attack the evil fairy. And the same with the evil fairy. When the evil fairy attacks, it's only going to be hitting these front 3, at least right now. Now, once we figure out some additional logic, like maybe we'll set something in there, probably a flag we'll have to add that calls like is ranged. So if their basic attack is ranged, I think at that point then it opens up where we should be able to hit anyone. And maybe we'll add that in today. I don't know if we'll get that far, but all right. So back to the code. Let's create a new method in this class. And let's just call it, it's going to be a void and it's private. We don't want anyone else calling this. We'll call it perform combat loop. And is it going to need, it's going to need to know it's going to be in this, it's going to be called from inside here. So we have the combat by ID request available, which will allow us to pull back a combat object. So that's probably what will happen. So the initial thing that happens here is it pulls, at least within the thread itself. Yeah, here's the thread where it's set up. So right here, we're pulling the combat data from the database. And this data object, wait a sec. Yeah, I know that. Convert combat database to combat. And then we're sending it back. So where's that at? So down here, I'm just looking at how my flow worked so far. So right here after this call, so this is probably where our updates will need to happen, because at this point we have all the data we need. After this call, it's pulled back the party data and the encounter data. So those are the 2 main things we're going to need to pull and update before we send the data back. So we're going to do our logic on all of these items. We're going to have to add another value for like time elapsed too. I'm just thinking through this a little bit. So let's put the call, this new call right here. We're going to say, what did I call it? Perform combat loop. But we're going to have to pass in this combat object, wherever it went. Yeah, this one. So we want it to pull that in so that we have reference to all the data. All right. Combat. All right. So the first thing we need to do is set up a single list of units. All right. So to do that, these are generated classes. I'm thinking through what is going to be the right way to do this. Probably some type of wrapper around the generated classes. Let me see. So we're using gRPC. How do I make a gRPC class inherit an interface? Let's see. Hmm. So right now we're using hero service and monster service will be we're extending that, but we could implement still. So we could implement combat unit. And I think that should work. Cannot resolve. I don't know. Let's create a new class. Let's see, where do I want to put this? I don't want to, it's really separate from everything we've done so far. Maybe I'll just create a package named combat because we might have more than one, at least for now, and then we'll see where things go. But I want to create an interface called combat unit. And it should have it's going to have a public void, let's say trigger action. What else? Maybe like attack and then also defend. So if they're the ones attacking, and then let's say a hero is attacking, they would trigger the attack, and whatever target they're attacking would trigger the defend method. That way we can build those out uniquely. if needed. Trigger action. So the action would be, I can almost say not implemented yet, because this would be spells and skills, I guess. Otherwise, they'll do a basic attack or a basic. Oh, I know what else we'll need. We'll need a. It's going to return a combat unit. Actually, will it return a list of combat units? Possibly. We'll say choose target. And do I need to pass? So if I'm attacking, this would read combat unit defender, because I need to pass in who I'm attacking. And again, could this be more than one depending on the weapon? Like maybe we have some type of weapon that does like a sweep attack eventually. And the same with defend, so it should be. Now for defend, it should always just be one attacker though. So we want to see the opposite on each one. So when you're attacking, we want to know who the defender is. That might come into the attack logic. I might be overthinking this. I might not need the defend. Maybe I just need. I might just need this. When they attack, so let's say this one, the timer counted down, so they're triggering the attack functionality. The first thing it would do is run this code that will choose which target. Like I said, right now, this is going to be very basic, a random target in the front row. If the front row's dead, it can pick a target in the back row. That's kind of how this initial test will be. Once it's chosen a target, then it runs the attack. It runs whatever little logic we determine as far as how damage is done. And then the defender takes damage. And then it continues looping through all the other combat units. So both heroes and monsters are going to implement this interface, and that way they're all in the same list of combat units. And these are the things it'll be looking for. It's going to trigger just these actions, nothing specific to the hero class or the monster class will trigger in this loop stuff. It might trigger in the implementations within those classes, but these are what the combat loops will be calling. We'll be calling these different actions. Okay. So the combat unit, let's start with this. I think that looks good. I don't know that we're going to use defend because that might happen in this logic. So when the attacker happens, the defender's defensive stats should be calculated in this method, I think. Yeah, let's remove that for now. I don't think I need a defend option. So they're going to loop through. We're going to take some time off. So we're going to have to, let's add that real quick. I didn't add it yet. That's going to have to be some type of float for the time elapsed. We need a way to track that and keep it in the database. So let's just name it time elapsed. Let's make this a float. Mainly because that's what it is in Unity when we use these types of time elapsed stuff, you use floats. So I think that'll make sure it converts appropriately. Because we're going to want to display this in our game. Once we get this working through the code, we also want to display this somehow to the user so they know how much longer they have before their turn is up. And I got some neat ideas for that right now, and I think it'll transfer into the finished game when we have graphics as well. So we also need to add that to hero. And this is going to modify our gRPC object because this is something we want to show. So we're going to have to do that next. Thankfully, in the last session, we also figured out how to make those easier to update. So when we made updates to those, we now have a command line that will update all of those at the same time, and we don't have to do any manual transfers, which is awesome. So let's do that. Let's find our proto for hero. And we're just adding on the float time elapsed. And the same to monster. We need those values in here. Okay. And to update the code, we can just run a quick install and it will regenerate those classes. I hope this is getting mad just because of some of the stuff we've done, because that should be fine. I haven't messed with this. Oh, I added a J on accident. I was like, why is that not being found? Oh, and I made it mad because that was in there before I started my build. All right, click go again, just because I added J somehow. Let it regenerate those real quick. And then see if we can't create some kind of crude path. Now I need to think through how to do the how much time has elapsed stuff in Java. In C# and Unity3d, there's this time elapsed, time.delta time field that you can use to know how much time has ran since the last one. And we need to do something like that in Java. So I need to figure out what that is. Yeah, I know that one. Right. The only reason that errored out is because I had the server running, and when I build, I guess it starts the server. So we're fine there. It regenerated the classes, so I don't need it running just yet. Move that down so we have more real estate to look at things. So we want to implement combat unit here. And it's getting mad because we have to implement all those methods now. And we want to do the same thing with the monster. let's go ahead and implement this one. So we can just, in this IDE, I can just tell it to implement the methods, and it will go ahead and drop some stubs in for me. And then we just need to, now this is not a hero, this is where it gets a little messy. So we're doing this in the hero service. I'd really like to do it on the hero object, but that's generated, and I don't, like I said, it's almost like we need a wrapper. So all of these need almost like the object that they're tied to needs to be because once we get in here, this isn't going to have any. Yeah, these. See, the problem is none of these are going to have sight into the list of combat stuff. I'm going to have to pass it into these methods for this to work. So I need to pass the hero that this is tied to, because the hero. This is just messy. I don't like. It would almost be better if I had a separate hero unit class. And in there, it combined the two different hero objects I have right now. And then that's what could be implementing this new combat unit type. Would that be messy or would that be cleaner though? I don't know. Because now all of a sudden we're up to 3 different object types tied to the same hero. We have one for, it's kind of like the data transfer object, the RPC. And then we have one for the database to link it back to the database correctly. And then now we want to have another one that we can manage. Because this isn't clean the way I'm doing this. Like right now I'm saying we're going to have a grouping of... We don't want this. This is going into a service, but it's treating the service like it's one of our objects, like one of our heroes. And that's not what the service is. So let me think. Let me back up. We're still going to implement combat unit, but we're going to create in that combat folder, we're going to create another class called hero unit. And we're going to create another class called monster unit. Let's try this. So the hero unit needs to implement combat unit first of all, and same with implements combat unit. And then since this is a hero unit, it needs a reference to both of its objects. So one of them should be hero object. And then one of them should be the database object. And then we need to implement these methods. And then we also need a way to assign. This might be something we can create in the service. So this part we could create in the service. We can say generate hero unit and we'll pass it these two elements. And then we're just going to have to set. Just going to have to set those. Why it did that. So we can set those values. If we weren't setting this up as more of a stateless setup, we could almost save like the time elapsed outside of the combat, but I don't like that idea. I think it's going to generate issues. So I think this is what we want. We probably need one more thing in combat unit, and it should just be like update or something like that. Let's call it public void update. So if there's anything, so for example, let's say one of our combat units, one of our heroes is poisoned. We need an update feature that looks at different things like that, and if their timers are up, then it should trigger damage or whatever. Or if maybe they have a heal over time spell, that should trigger. Okay. So now, because we're making this its own separate thing, we remove that need to pass the hero that it was affecting, which was going to make things really messy. So this looks better already. Now it's a new wrapper around this unit that we're creating, and that way it can be used in combat with no issues. And then we can do effects on these actions. So for the hero, we'll have to look at those values. So we'll count down in the update. The update will run first. That update will update the time elapsed. So if the time elapsed has made it to 0, whatever, or whatever, however we want to calculate that, where it triggers triggers either an action or triggers an attack, then those are going to trigger out of the update function. And then some of this might overlap. So like the choose target logic, does that overlap for monster and heroes? I mean, it probably does a little bit. And the same with attack. Does it make sense to make combat unit an abstract class and build any logic out that's the same between monsters and heroes in one class, and then the other stuff would come to the child classes. That's what I'm thinking through right now. I think it does. I think it makes sense to change this. Will it work that way? Now I have to, if I don't mark any of these abstract, I have to give them a definition. So this one we'll do nothing with right now. We want to start with these other three. So the first thing that will happen is update. And right now in update, all we want to do is let's change our time elapsed value in update. Oh, but I can't do that here. Because I don't know which object to update. So maybe this still has to stay as an interface and we just have to, because there is a difference between the two. There is a difference because we have different database tables and stuff we're updating. So we, even though the code's going to look very similar, I still think we're going to have to define those methods. Now that I just looked at that, I'm like, well, I don't have a way to grab the hero object out of here because it doesn't know about the hero object. What did I do now? Did I make something mad? I didn't. Yeah, so let's start. Let's start with the hero unit, and we're going to update that. So we'll put hero dot. We got to get the time elapsed first of all. And once we've done that, we should be able to. We just need to figure out how to properly do this in Java where we take any time that's elapsed off of this. So that might take a little bit of time to figure out what the proper way of doing this here is. Like I said, Unity has a nice little time.delta time metric, but we're not going to be able to use that. System.nanotime recommended for precise elapsed time measurement. So I have a start time variable, an end time variable. Elapsed time equals end time minus start time. So how do I set that up? That's going to have to be in the combat loop side of things, but so at least for the update, we will have to pass something. Not entirely sure what that is yet. We'll have to pass some type of time. Need to pass time elapsed into this method. So it's calling it a long. So we'll just do the same thing. This will be a long time elapsed. Okay. And then back over to the combat service. Or update, or put a loop through all units and perform combat flow. So one of those will be, let's go ahead and write this out a little bit too. So I said set up a single list of units. So we can do a list of combat units now. Doesn't matter which side they're on. And we just need to add let's see, I can't remember how this was set up in here. So get encounter, which returns an encounter. That's right. So we have a front row and back row, and each one of those are lists of the object types. So we'll have to do get encounter dot get front row mobs. List. And then can I add that? Let's see. Combat units dot add. That's not going to work because I have to do the conversion here first. I can do an add all to add the entire list, but only if it's already a combat unit. And this is the RPC object, right? This is the monster RPC object at this point. So before we do that, we're going to have to generate these new units for combat. I really don't want to have to do that every loop. We might need to have a, like we have this combat object, we might need to manipulate it so it contains everything we want, so we don't have to refresh it every I mean, we're still going to have to refresh it from the database, though. Yeah. So we need some type of method here that's going to say generate combat unit. And we'll have two different should be in here since we're in the combat class. So we should have a public combat unit, generate combat unit, and one of them should pass in the do I want to pass now? Wait a minute. Let's look up here because I think we already have. What do we have from the database in here? Oh, we just have the combat DB. We don't have, as far as the stuff from the database, we're pulling that here into these objects. So really what we're doing here, I don't want to create extra calls if I don't have to. So my thinking is we need to somehow, when we're making these calls, we need to also be creating this combat unit object. If we're in combat, we're going to need it. Convert combat DB to combat. So what if, instead of what it says it's doing here, what if we let's just rename this, because this is going to change a little bit on how this works. Or maybe we just create a different, let's create a different public void generate combat info. We'll still pass in combat DB. But what I want to do is get the database info back as well. Or at least that's the way we have it set up right now. Do we need the database info in our combat unit object? I mean, I kind of want, we don't necessarily need the database object for the heroes and the monsters, but we at least need a way to link it to the database. Do we have that in the data? So if we go to, I think we do. So if we go to hero, for the heroes, we have the ID field, and that links to the database ID field. And the same with monster. So we should be, I'm probably just overthinking this. we probably still have what we need in here, because inside the party object is the list of heroes. I don't think we need this. I don't think we need the database object in our combat unit either. I think that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to add the database object in there, and then I was thinking, okay, well, how do I do that? And that was creating a little bit of extra work here, and I didn't want to duplicate calls that were already made on this loop through the combat. But I think we don't need this. If we make, I don't want to say if we, when we make updates to the database, then we'll just make those updates based on the hero ID or the monster ID in these objects. That's right. It's a long, not a float. Okay. So we have this object in the update. Actually, let's go back to the combat service because we need to figure out how to create that time elapsed. We have a list of combat units. Can we generate these? So we said combat units. How do I do this? So let's say let's start off with for monster in the combat dot get encounter dot get front row mobs list. So we want to add this monster to the combat units thing, but monster itself is not inherited. We have to create a new, so we'll say unit monster unit, let's just call it new monster unit. And I can probably do what it's doing here. I can probably, let's do that. So public monster unit, passing in a monster, and it will set it to this one. And that will set up that new unit, which is a combat unit. And this can be added to this. So I loop through, I create it, and I just add it. So I do that for the front row. I'm gonna have to do this 4 times. Front and back row of the monsters and front and back row for the players, heroes. Oh, I was like, why doesn't that look right? Because I get party, get front row, hero unit, new hero unit, and we'll do the same thing. We'll be able to pass in the hero. So let's go in here. All right. And then do it for the back row. All right. So by the time we get here, we have all of the units in this new combat units object. So this is where we need to figure out how to see how much time has elapsed. So in the database, and we might have to update it slightly to make this work, we do have a field in the combat for time elapsed. Should it be like a time and space? I think that's what this will be. So we'll tell it to take a get time in milliseconds or whatever, and then it'll do that again on the next loop through, and it'll subtract the 2, and that should give it how much time has elapsed. And then it'll update this with the new value, the new time that it was queried value. So time elapsed will be let's make sure that's a long, or in here it's fine, but in the Java code it needs to be a long. Okay, so we have that there. So we'll say previous time equals combat dot get time elapsed. And then current time equals, what was that command I looked up? I'm going to go double check. Do I still have it up? System.current time millis would probably work. I've used that before. And then time elapsed equals, it would be the current time minus the previous time. And that's going to give me time in milliseconds, if I remember right. We'll have to do some logging to see what these numbers are so that we know how to calculate them correctly. Let's get rid of that. I don't know what if we're doing anything with that. Set time elapse. What did I do up here? I don't know what I did up here. I broke something. Oh, I just changed that to long, which means I have to make sure it's long in here. It's 64. I'll tell that to regenerate. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. I have to go to the bathroom while this is generating this updated class. Be back in probably 5 minutes or so. So we updated the time elapse to long. That error went away. I might even need to rename it because it's not really time elapsed anymore. It's a time in. We're creating a time elapsed. But then at some point down at the bottom, we're going to set the current time to what's in the database and update it. And we haven't actually done any updates in a few of these objects yet, so we're going to have to define update functionality in several of these as well. This one included. That shouldn't be too hard. I just want to call that out, that we don't have updates in the hero service. The hero service we do, because I did that one first, and I did the I built out all the different things for this one when I was building it, so I have an update on this one. And I even have a create new hero here. I don't have a delete, which eventually we might need, but we don't need that for this. Okay, so let's think. We have the time elapsed, so we need to pass. We're going to go through all the units in our list now for this loop. And the first thing we want to do is run update. And we're passing in time elapsed. And then we want to do dot does update trigger the other methods? It probably does, right? So when we loop through, and what happens if two match? They'll both trigger, I guess, because until they're updated again. So what I'm thinking through is, let's say a hero and a monster both have the same trigger time for their attack. They're both going to trigger at the same time. So both their attacks will happen even if one dies. So if the hero attacks first and the monster dies in the code, the monster will still get that last attack in before they're updated. So that shouldn't be an issue. I mean, I don't know if we have to do anything else in this part of the loop. There's still a lot we have to do, but this part sets it up where every unit runs through an update script. And in here, it's going to update the stuff for each unit. That should work. And then what do we need to do? Combat has run. Let's update the combat info object and pass it back. So here we will have to gather. Well, we don't have to really gather anything because these objects reference. No. These objects don't reference. I don't think they reference the ones in the combat anymore. I don't know. We'll test that first, but we might have to recreate this object. but we need to create some kind of save combat data method, and we'll pass in who knows what yet, but we're going to need that. Save combat data to DB. Let's say that, because that's what it'll be doing. We need to save it to the database. And then we're going to have another one that says, which we already have. So save combat data to database. Or every object besides the combat info object really needs to update itself. So we have an update in the combat unit. I think maybe we need a... I think we're going to need a save. Public void save. We'll call it save updates. We don't have to pass anything in. The data we need will already be inside of here. This will have to have access to the service. So for the combat unit, it'll be the hero service. Or for the hero unit, it'll be the hero service. For the monster unit, it'll be the monster service. But we're not recreating anything. We're auto wiring what's already there. There should be a singleton service created for those. So it should be okay to auto wire that in. I don't think that would be a performance issue. So up here we would do auto wired. Hero service. Am I doing this right? Because I want this to be... This is not a singleton. This is implemented. I don't think... I don't know. I don't think I want that. Because I don't want to add my service to this object. The combat service already has... It has the party service, but it doesn't have hero or monster service. I need a efficient and clean way to update all of this data in the database after this is run. It needs to update every tick the way I'm creating it. Every time this runs. And we might, so it can't happen in this loop, because if this first unit is a hero, and let's say they attack someone or whatever, and then they make any updates to them that might have happened. But then further down the loop, a monster might attack that hero and update them. So we can't do it in this loop. We could do some, I mean, we might have to do another loop, go back through this thing again once it's looped through. And then we can say, what is it, type of? If combat unit dot, I gotta look that up to figure out the right syntax. So I'm gonna look up how to tell what type a Java class is. Object.getClass returns the runtime type of the object. Instance of, that's what I'm looking for. If combat unit instance of monster unit we're really going to need, because the combat object is like a nested object with other objects in it, we're going to have to pull in those additional services and then just kind of dole out stuff for each one. So let's add hero and monster service to this. I think we're going to have to do it that way. If we figure out a way to do this cleaner, we will in the future, but this will work. So we've added those two to the constructor. All right. And then down here where we're telling it how to update. So we might actually have to create another because we don't have these built out yet. So for monster service, we need an update. And we need to pass in, we'll pass in the RPC object. So, and we did already create the conversion methods yesterday, so that's good. So we're going to be passing in, it'll be a void update monster. And we're going to pass in this monster object type. It's not the monster DB, so we're going to have to take, let's go ahead and log this just for testing. We can turn this off afterwards. But we want to create a monster DB. And we need to use the conversion. Convert monster to monster DB. Monster. And I'm going to put a thing here that says validation. I'm not sure what I can do here if I need to do anything, but let's make a mark here in case I need to do some updates. Otherwise, we're just going to save that to the database. and we don't need that data back. We already know what we want to send back to the user. We just want to make sure we're updating the database as well. So I think that should be good for that, and we need to do the same thing in the hero service. Because there is an update hero, but this is tied to our hero request, and this is not, we're not using it that way. So let's bring this one right here. Looks good. Void update hero. And on this one, we're just passing in the hero object. And same thing, let's log this. And let's do our conversion. And our save. And our little to-do saying we might need to do some validation at some point here to be safer. All right. So now in here we should be able to say if it's a monster, then monster service dot update update monster combat unit dot get monster. And then do the same thing if the combat unit is an instance of hero unit. Hero service dot update hero. And we want to pass in combat unit dot get hero. All right. I think that might work. So that'll update the units. Now we still have to update the combat object itself. So for that, now that we've made it to the end of the line here, this will be this will actually return the combat object we want to send back to the user as well. Up here I will do a so right here I did the convert it. But then what I want to do is just tell it to re-update itself after it runs through that loop. And that's what should pass. Okay. So we have to make sure we form that unit correctly. So we might have to do that down here where we're saving. We also should probably add those back to the new combat object for this loop through. We'll call it combat updated combat. Combat. Oh, I can't do it that way. That's right. Let's think. How did that build? One of those created a builder for me, so let me look. It was the so it created a builder. And then it just returns that builder.build to return the proper object type. Okay, so we should be able to do the same thing here. We want to do a combat.builder. Combat.builder or builder. And we'll call it combat builder equals combat new builder. And then down here, dot set right now they're set in the front and back row. So I need to do one more if inside of this if that says if combat unit dot get monster. Well, the monster's not going to know where it's at though. Is it? Interesting. This has no concept of where it's currently located. Only need to think through. So do I have to save this in the hero and the monster? Do I need to save a location? Like maybe a flag for in party, or at least for the heroes, because sometimes heroes won't be in the party. And then do I also need one that says row so that the row is stored? If it says in party, I probably should also have like a party ID to link it back. It seems like stuff that shouldn't be needed if it's stored somewhere else. But how do I get that data saved appropriately? And what if I have an ability that changes the rows or something like that? I can't use the old entry to determine where the new one goes, no matter what. All right, let's say bool in party string row. And we'll have to add those to the database. We'll have to update the database file. And then over here, we don't care if they're in the party. We just care what row they're in. All right, so we have row. Let's update the database while we're thinking about it. So we want a field for in party. It'll be a tiny int. And then we'll use row. And varchar 2045 is plenty. And apply that. And then in monster, we just added row. And that's fine. Apply that. Let's close all this since I have about 24 things open. All right, over here. And hero DB, we need to add those values. So we added a column for in. That wasn't proper. That wasn't proper convention there on the naming. Let's name that correctly. It should be in underscore party. In underscore party. Private Boolean in party. And the other one was just called row, and that is a string for now. We might make that an enum later. Looks good. Okay. Now we need to go into those services and update the conversion methods. We don't want this stuff to be missed. So over here, we're going to have to regenerate those files real quick. Otherwise, this part's not going to work. All this is to make sure that we have the location that a hero's in saved correctly in combat. All right. Where were we at? We're going to go back to service, hero service. And we want to set those 2 additional values. Set in party hero db dot get in party get party. I don't remember what I called it. I thought it was in party. Did I not do that? I definitely did that. What is going on? Hero database. Oh, now it's showing up. Hero builder dot set row. Hero ddb get row. And then this one the same way. Hero db dot set in party. Hero db set row. And let's do the monster service real quick. Gotta make sure I make all these updates or I will forget. Builder dot set row. Monster db dot get row. I don't need to do all that. down here, monster db.set row, monster.get row. All right, all of that should allow us to properly save the heroes and monsters and the correct elements for combat. So let's close all of this. I got too much open again. Go to the combat service. And right here is where we should be able to start adding to that combat builder item. So let's see, combat builder dot, or actually we need to do an if statement here. If let's do this. Let's do monster. Monster equals this mess. I'm going to assign that here. And then here I'll say if monster dot row equals front then now we should be able to use this combat builder and can I get encounter? We haven't created it yet. We have to create builders for the encounter and the party, don't we? Encounter.builder, encounter builder, and then party.builder, party builder. So we need a builder for each because we got a nested object thing going on here. And the encounter builder dot is there like an add front row mobs monster. Okay. And then I can do the other side, so I can say if monster dot get row equals the back, add it to the back row. And then down here for the hero unit, do a very similar. I need to change this to where I create that just so it's a little cleaner in my if statements. This mess here comes out. Put that there. And the same thing. If hero dot get, should I do? He's gonna be in the party if he's in this. If we're in this part of the code, he's in a party already. So I don't even know if I needed that in party flag. And we're gonna do party builder, add front row hero. And then if they're in the back row, and add them to the back row. Okay. So let's look here. What do we have so far? We have, once this part has run, we've built the list of units in each of those items. Now there's probably other things we need to populate on these elements before. And we haven't saved the encounter or party objects. Those also need to be updated, right? Let me look in the database. I can't remember if anything in those elements were important for, like, tied to combat. Like, can they be updated in combat? There's not really anything here so far that is related to combat that would need updated. So as far as making updates to these database entities, we should not have to. From the beginning of combat to the end of combat, this won't change. Now the encounter or the hero can be destroyed or defeated, but that's not tied to this. At least not right now. So right now, we don't have to update that. That's how I'm going to say this. Later on down the road, we might add flags like is defeated or something to that effect. What else? So let's just double check both of these items to see what else I have to update. So I have that. I need to set the ID for the encounter. And then for party, we just have to set the player ID. So where are we at? We want to get on the other side of this for loop. Once we've looped through all the units, we can go ahead and set the encounter builder dot set encounter ID. And do I have a way to get that? It should be in the old combat object. Combat dot get encounter dot get encounter ID. That's not going to change. And then we need to set the party builder dot set party, or player ID, I mean. There we go. So those two objects are ready to go. They can be dumped into the combat object. And then what else do we have to set? We have to set time elapsed. That's not the right value. We want to save the current time that was just ran. Nope. I keep hitting enter and it's trying to decide for me. So I need to just type it out. Set the time elapsed to current time. And I think there's an ID field in here as well. Set ID. And just get that from the original combat object. All right, so now we've made the updates we need to in the database. Oh, we haven't made an we do need to make the update for the combat object though in the database. Mainly the time elapsed field is what got updated here. So we'll have to create another update, and we're already in the right class. Drop this up a little farther. Put it right here. Public void update combat DB, and we're going to pass in a combat object. And we'll just say updating combat. And then we need to convert to a combat DB. Convert combat. Oh, I don't have that one yet. All right, so we need the opposite of this one. This will be a combat DB, convert combat to combat DB. We're passing in a combat object. What's in the database? Time elapsed party ID, encounter ID, player ID. So we don't have to do anything with the services like we did up here. All we have to do, set these. This should be very easy on this one. Dot set ID. Set player ID. Time elapsed. Counter ID. Encounter ID, player ID, regular ID, time elapsed. Was that it? 4 fields? Party ID. I don't think I had party ID. And that is combat.get party dot get ID. Did I take party ID away and I didn't clean this part up? Let's see. I think I did. I did. There's no... I didn't use an ID field here. There's an ID field. Party ID. Player ID. So party ID I don't need, right? Is that what I'm saying? Let me look again. I used player ID instead of party ID. There should still be an ID for the party. It's just not separate. Right? And the ID is what's updating this. Player ID, here ID, row. So for some reason we have party ID in there and we need to get rid of that. for sure. This needs to go away in the party table. Oh, we're not in the party table. I don't have it. So we're good. We have ID, player ID, row, and hero ID. So this is right. What do I got going on here? In combat, I'm setting the party ID. But that's not right. This is what needs to change. I don't think we're using this anywhere, but we might be on the front end. Let me look at that again. That's not what I meant. I meant the database. Party ID, player ID, but because in the database I switched and I'm using the player ID, since there's only one party per player, I named it player ID. So I should not be using that party ID field anymore. So I'm going to get rid of that out of the combat object. I don't think we need this. Let's just delete it this way. Wait. Yeah, this is right. And then I also want to delete it out of the proto. And then we'll have to do a little bit of cleanup probably to... It's not in the proto. It's just in the database, right? I mean, the party object is in here, which is normal. Yeah, so nothing changes except for the database on this. I removed party ID. I don't think it's missing anywhere. So I don't think I have to make any other changes for that, except the updates in the party service, which I don't know that I have an update in there yet anyways. Look, I wasn't even setting... I don't know. There's no errors in here. So I think that's good. There is an error in here. Where's it at? Why is it got an error? Oh, because I wasn't done up here yet. So setting ID, player ID, time elapse, and counter ID, and I just took away party ID, right? So party ID is no longer in here. It is still in here. So I have to actually alter this table as well. We're going to delete that. Boom. All right. Now we have all the right updates. There should only be 4 fields in combat. DB. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're setting 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we just have to return that object. So we've done the conversion. And in our update, now we want to do equals convert combat to combat DB and validation maybe, and then just save it to the database. All right, so that should, after we've set all the values, which is where we're at down here, we should be able to call that update combat DB with, and let's do this here. Let's do a combat updated combat equals combat builder build updated combat. So everything is in the combat builder at this point, so we can go ahead and create this object with the build command and then do the update to the database for combat. We've already updated all the units up here. Now, are we missing anything else there? Have we made all the updates we need? I think we've made all the updates we need up here. All right, so we're going to return updated combat. So we've got that part of the loop done. Now we haven't actually, within every unit, we need to do those updates still, of course. As far as them checking their timers and if they perform attacks or not. We haven't done any of that yet. But this at least has a loop working now. So this is going to perform the combat loop up here in the thread. And it's going to reassign any data that updates in that loop. And then that's what's getting sent back to the player every, I think right now we had it set at 3 seconds, but we're going to change that to 250 milliseconds. Let's go ahead and change that now or I might forget. So 250. Why can't I delete that? If I select it all, it gets mad at me. All right. That should execute 4 times a second now instead of once every 3 seconds. So that's going to be a lot more stuff hitting the server. We're probably going to have to start cleaning up our logging statements. They're going to get a little messy. But at least for the initial few tests here, we want to leave those all in and just see that they're all triggering. Let's go. I know nothing's going to happen yet to the gameplay, like no attacks are happening yet, but let's test it at this point to make sure we didn't break anything in that we're still getting combat objects returned. And let's even debug on the other side to see that the time elapsed is updating. I want to make sure that that value is updating like we're expecting. Why? Auto wired monster repository. What the heck did I do? Where did all my, let's do a clean install. Something's out of whack. I'm not sure what it is. Something I haven't touched is breaking. Okay, build success. Now can I run my server? Maybe I think last time I ran the installed to update the proto files, it broke in the middle. Maybe that caused issues. I hope this starts right up. I don't want to troubleshoot anything extra. Okay, server's running. Now in Unity, we want to, let's see, I don't have writer open yet. We haven't messed with any of the Unity files. Computer sounds like it's taken off. All right. So in the combat manager, we had like an on update somewhere here on a debug statement. What was it saying? Stream. We can go ahead and delete all this old stuff now that we got it working on the new stuff too. We don't need this anymore. That is running slow. Come on. Delete all that. Maybe. There it goes. Streamed data received. Where did I put that? I thought that was on this combat manager object. So on the combat manager, the way it's set up now, we're creating a streaming connection instead of before we were just creating like a single response connection. Here's where it's creating the loop. Oh, that's right. We created event, and the event's triggering against hero component and monster component. Although I don't remember us putting the debug log in those. Maybe we did. Or maybe it's the party panel. Search everywhere, double shift. I want to search for I don't remember already. Oh, I cleared it. Stream. How many things am I going to find with stream? There it is. Combat enemy panel controller. Don't ask me why I decided to throw it in there. That's what I was looking for, though. Let's get rid of that, because that's not the right spot for that, and put it back in the combat manager. Right? Isn't this where it should be? I mean, I can put debug log combat stream received with timestamp latest dots time elapsed. Time elapsed is a little deceiving. I'm gonna have to change that because really it's a timestamp. It's not time elapsed. I probably should change that pretty quick here. I'm gonna confuse myself. But we should be able to see updates 4 times a second now, and this number should be changing and going up by about 250 milliseconds each time. It's not going to be exact. So let's test that first before we do this next part where we start working on the logic for each unit in the battle. They're going to have to calculate their own time elapsed, and once it reaches their action time or their attack time, then that's when they'll trigger an attack. And then we'll be able to start updating some objects in the database and seeing them update in the UI. All right, we got something broken here. I probably threw an error in the server with that one, so let's see what I did. Oh, I added that new field and I didn't set that new field. And that made it mad. Well, I already said I don't think I need that field. So let's take that back out. Oh, you know what I also didn't do? I mean, this might be an issue because I didn't regenerate the updates to the proto files. Yeah, that's going to be an issue too. I don't think we did that. So let me go to a new file explorer and colon projects. Oh, it's not a terminal. Remember, I have to use git bash. The PowerShell and terminal were giving me issues. I think I need to go back to this folder and I see if my update's still in the queue here. Yeah. But before we do that, we just said we want to remove that one. I want to go ahead and clean up that one field we added in party, was it? No, it was in hero. I decided I don't need to know if they're in the party in here. I don't think. We're going to take this back out for now. We're not using it. We can add it back down the line if somehow it makes sense again. And then in the code over here, we want to take it back out of here. I don't think this will get mad when it skips a number. We're going to test that. We didn't do that in the monster, so this is the only one that needs updated. Party. Let's stop the server. Clean this up. Rebuild it on this side. And then we should be able to also run the command. This command should be good to go now because the proto file's already been updated. And that'll update the Unity side. And once this is done, we'll start the server back up again. Oh, are we gonna make, yeah, I forgot. We're gonna make some of these calls mad. That one and that one. I think that's probably the only two spots. That should fix our issue. I wish my computer was a little bit faster, but it's not that slow. I think I have, what do I have in here? I have an i9 10850K processor. I have 64 gigs of RAM. I have an NVMe drive that's running all this as far as hard drive speed. I have a 3090 graphics card, which doesn't even come into play for any of this. So my computer shouldn't be the issue. It might be that I have about 10 things running on my computer all at the same time. But it always takes a little bit of time to do these builds. All right, server's starting up. Okay, take two. After this is done compiling. It will not let me click on it while it's compiling. All right, play. I think. I don't think there was any other updates we had to make. I lied. We still have an error. Still a null pointer error. That's the generated class. All right. It's mad because of a data issue. We don't have any data in that column and it's getting mad. So I set all that up, but I didn't actually update my data. I don't know if the time elapsed field is going to be mad that it's 0 or that it's nothing, so I might set that as well. Yeah. See, this part I don't like. So I'm setting row here, but I'm also setting row in the party. And I don't like setting it in two spots in the database. I still feel like we could have cleaned that up and made that work better. And see, now I got to make sure I match the two. I don't remember how I had these set up. So it looks like hero ID 2, 3, and 4 are on the front, and 1, 5, and 6 are in the back. This won't be an problem once this is all being done through the program itself. But right now, when we're manually updating, this is not clean. So 2, 3, and 4. Are these in order? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So 2, 3, and 4 are in the front row. And the rest are in the back row. And then I'm going to go ahead and set zeros on all the time elapsed. I don't think it matters, but if it throws a null pointer because those are null, that might be an issue. So, all right, that's got data. Now I think we have to do the same thing for the monsters. They're going to have the same issue. So we need to add for these 4. Let's double check the encounter table. So on this one, I have the first 3 IDs front and the last one is back. Okay, so these are in order. So the first 3 are front. This is all stuff we're doing because we're testing and haven't developed this part of the code yet. Normally, we're not going to be manually updating a database when the game's set up right. But we don't have this stuff. We don't have it built out where it's actually creating this part yet on its own. We're just passing some dummy data to test all the functionality we built so far. Okay, we shouldn't have to restart the server because those were data related issues. So let's try to run this again in Unity and see what happens. Darn it, I'm still getting a stream error. And then over here, we're getting what? Error in your SQL syntax. Row equals front. Still mad about that row field somehow. Now what is it getting mad about? Invalid data access resource usage exception. That's a handful. Say that 10 times in a row. I mean, this is all generated SQL code. Row equals front. String row. String row. In the database, it's got to be a string or it wouldn't have let me update the database. Interesting. Doesn't show me the exact line that it got mad on. Shows me this really long. One of these errors is in, both of them are triggering based on monster right now, but I'm pretty sure hero will do the same thing. Probably. Did I update the data? Let's double check myself, make sure I didn't miss something. Don't have any blanks. No, no blanks. There's something in the encounter? Or the party? Um, what in the heck did I do here? Let's think. I'm gonna stop and restart the server too. Shouldn't have any errors. I don't get it. Try it again. Right. Hmm. You guys tell me if you see something. I'm scratching my head on this one. I have an error in your SQL syntax that I'm not even writing. Cannot execute statement. Has this, doesn't that look funny to have that extra tick there? Does it have anything like that in the actual code over here? No, it doesn't. It just says row. And that doesn't make sense to me. When I see it, I'm probably gonna say duh, but I don't see it yet. But right now it's getting mad about monster, so let's close these other ones. String name equals row, private string row. Oh, I bet I know what this is. I just did a quick query in ChatGPT to see what types of issues it said this could be related to. And it says it could be a reserved word. Row might be a reserved word in SQL. I probably need to just change this and see if that fixes it. Let's try that. I don't know if that's the issue, but it could be. So let's call this battle row. I'm going to refactor this so that I don't have to find all the spots that this is in. Include everything. See if this works. It should. And then I want to do the same thing in the hero DB because it's going to have the same issue if this is it. Battle row. Okay. I don't think since I refactored it that way, it shouldn't have broke any of my code. But we need to go into the database now and change that. You would have thought it would have got mad at me when I created the rows that way, so maybe this isn't the issue. But we'll find out. So we name this to battle row. Apply. We made this into battle row. Whoops. Okay. And then the other thing we usually have to update is the proto files. I'm not sure if we'll have to or not. These aren't tied to the database. But to stay consistent, let's update them. We don't want to start veering away where these don't match up. So battle row's been fixed on those two items. Clean. Stop. Wait. We'll wait for the clean to finish and then we're going to stop the server. Because I know when I do the install, it gets mad if the server's running. I hope this is it. Hope it's not something really dumb that I'm missing. But I mean, we didn't have an issue before we made these updates. Of course, we haven't ran the code on the front end in a few things here. Oh, I was hoping it would have updated all that. All right, so this is .get battle row. Battle row. Oh, I did that the wrong way and added it. Battle row. Battle row. Try again. None of those updated. Frustrating. Set battle row, get battle row. Just keep going. Eventually we're going to fix all the little references to it. It'll keep erroring out until we find them all. I guess I could have scrolled through all my files and looked for the red squiggly lines too. That might have helped. I don't see any right now though. We either fixed them all or it's not updating. It's not updating. Set battle row. Stupid thing. I hate when it does that. Get battle row. That should be all of them. The monster, the hero, and the combat services are the 3 that we just updated manually. So that should be all the spots that we were messing with this row variable we created. I don't think we added it anywhere else. All right, start it up. Cross our fingers and try it again on the front end and make sure we don't have issues. See, this is why I wanted to do this before we started doing the next step, because stuff like this you don't think is going to happen, but then you do too much development in between test runs and you're so far ahead of where you were at that you probably don't remember the changes you made. All right, server's running. Let's clear that. It should clear on its own anyways. Crossing my fingers. Darn it. Is it still the same error? No, it's not. All right, so we did fix something, but now we have another issue. Data truncation out of range value for column time elapsed. So we added the time elapsed field to, which table is it? Did we add it to combat? So I don't think I have the data type set right in the database for, is it this one maybe? No. What do I set these at in MySQL? I have a feeling this is the issue here. It won't fit in a regular int, so use a big int. Okay. Big int, big int. All right. Apply. And we have the same one in monster, alter table. He should be set right in Java though, because I'm pretty sure I used a long in Java, and that's the normal. Oh, this one has an int, this was the issue. I think the floats would have worked, but that int wasn't going to work, so that was the issue. I think I just need to restart the server. The code, let's just double check the database. As long as these are longs, that's what we want. That one's a long. Where's the time elapsed? Where is the time elapsed? I don't see it. That's going to be an issue. Huh. What about monster? Nope. Well, that would have been an issue, at least on the next step here. Do I have it in here? I guess I did add it fairly recently. It is in the database. Did I add it to the proto files? I added it to the proto files. Whoops, that's not the right one. Added to the proto files. I just forgot to add it to the database objects. I guess I'm not seeing it. Nope, it's not there. Okay. My bad. This is a long. This is to track, so each individual unit will have time elapsed and it's going to be different. So their normal attacks might take different amounts of time. And that's kind of what this is tracking. Whatever current action they're on. So if they haven't triggered a casting action, it defaults to an attack action. So whatever their attack speed is what this is at. And then once it hits the attack speed, so if it's 3.5 seconds, once 3.5 seconds is reached, this should be zeroed out and start over again. So that's why we need a separate counter for each unit. I don't know if I've explained that or not in any of my other thought process, so I thought I better make sure I explain that, why we have a separate time elapsed for each unit. If one unit has a dagger that swings very quickly and another unit has this giant battle axe that takes 5 seconds to swing, that's why you need a different counter. They're not going to be the same. All heroes, I mean, if they were all using the same time elapse column, then everybody would attack and at the exact same time. And really strong weapons that are supposed to take longer to swing wouldn't be doing that. They'd all be going at the same speed. Okay. Are we good now? Let's double check combat. I think it's already in combat. It is. Okay. That should not affect our proto files. So I shouldn't have to do a rebuild of those. That was just an issue in the database entity files in Java. Okay. We're getting closer. I know this seemed like a lot of back and forth, but this is important to do, and we are getting closer. We're slowly fixing these issues. All right, another one. Oh, we did get an error, but we are actually getting... Well, we're not getting updates, so we only have one. Yeah, so we do still have an error, but hey, we got a little bit farther. It is still a stream error, so we should have an error on the Java side. Index out of bounds, okay. What data set is doing this? So we gotta get 0, get player ID, party new builder. Guys, I'm gonna take another quick 5-minute break. I don't know if I'm drinking too much caffeine or what, but I have to go pee again. right. Back at it. You guys figure that out for me while I was gone? No. Okay, so out of bounds. Get Is this object not ready to go here? Convert party database objects to the party. It's adding them to the different rows. Did it throw anything up here? Heroes, updating combat. Updating heroes. So it's running through all the update calls. We're getting farther. We ran all the different updates. There's 6 heroes. It ran 6 updates. It updated the combat object. But then it runs this party service call, which I think is in the, let's see. So we're doing the loop. We've done all the updates, which that's all here in this big for loop we made. Then we're generating this big thing here, and then we run this update combat command. And then in that, which is up here, we run this convert combat to combat DB. And here we're setting the player ID. No, that's not it. Getting party by player ID. Is that in the party service? It should be. Getting party by player ID 0. Why does it say 0? I think that's the issue. It's not finding any data. And then when it's trying to assign that based on a unit, there's 0 units in there because it's null. Getting party by player ID 0. So after the first loop, it looks like we made it through one loop because it says updating combat. And that was one of the last things I have down here before it sends the data back. Right here in this function is what's triggering that log. So we've updated everything. And then after that happens up here, I mean, we're returning it up here. Then the very next step is returning it to the front end. So that's why we got through at least one loop and got data over here. We saw all of our stuff was generated. We saw data. But then that very next loop, it's lost the player ID. So I either didn't set it correctly, right? Let's think here. When this streams, maybe I'm misunderstanding how this flow works because I'm trying to read, I guess what I'm trying to do in my code, I mean, you can see I'm updating the combat object and telling it to send it out. But I need that data then stored for my next loop. And maybe that's not making its way back in here. The first request, so we're doing get combat by ID request. This was working before we did this loop though. All we're getting back is the combat ID. Client subscribe to combat. Yeah, but this doesn't run. Okay. I think I know what might be happening here. I mean, I don't know how to fix it just yet. But we're not seeing this multiple times, which means anything that's happening up here isn't happening again. So is this not populated and then the whole thing breaks down? Getting party. What happens if we try to debug? Will it stop? Will it work? We can try it. I don't know if this will work the way I'm expecting or not, but I want to see. I want to see if combat ID is null. My thought process is the first time through, because it's up here in this code, it runs fine, but then it creates this thread that kind of runs off on its own. And this thread is running every 250 milliseconds. But combat ID is maybe not, maybe by the second time through it's lost? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm completely overthinking this. So let's see if we can debug it, get into a debugger and see what some of the values are. I'm taking a little bit longer on this stuff than I wanted, but it's important, and we're probably learning as we go here. This is some of these threads, and we're using the scheduler now, and we're using the RPC streaming. Those are all things I haven't used as much, and so some of this stuff's just gonna take some time to learn. All right, is the server, what did I do? I don't know what I did. Did I crash the server or did I close out not thinking? No, IDE error occurred. It crashed. Wow, I am doing good. I am crashing stuff now. Let's close all this once it's done loading. Let's try to run this in debug mode again and see if it crashes again. It did. Gosh darn it. What the heck is going on? It's not a very good debugger if it crashes all the way out of the system. I don't think this is going to help me at all, even looking at the details. I mean, this doesn't mean anything to me. I don't feel like debugging the debugger. Let's do a let's just do a log statement. Let's do a clean install. And then let's just do a log info when that thread starts and make sure that we have a combat ID. That's what I'm thinking might not be there. And if that's set, then we'll just have to keep researching and figure out what's happening there. It works on the first loop. So that's why I think this is related to the whole multi-threading we have going on now. I think between loops, it's losing the data, and I need to figure out how to not make that happen. All right, I want to go to the service. And in this loop, right before this line, I want to see what combat ID equals. I'm going to say starting combat loop, combat ID is just like that. Oh, minus this. All right, let's try that since the debugger's crashing my entire IDE for some reason, and I don't feel like troubleshooting that right now. Maybe this will give us what we're expecting. And if it does, we'll have to figure out, do we set this again inside? We might have to set it inside of this like internal method. This is like an internal lambda function inside of my bigger method. Maybe I have to set it again. It's not getting mad like it's not present. I don't know. I haven't worked with multi-threading enough or threads at all enough like this where I'm probably just missing a core concept on how the data is set up. All right, let's run this. It's gonna break. We haven't changed anything. It's still gonna break. We're not expecting this to work. But, and we should see the screen still populate. No, we didn't that time. Made a liar out of me. Did we update the database? In our update functionality, maybe we updated to something that broke. Like the data itself we updated didn't match, and it's not matching up now. That's my new thought process. Because it didn't even get through one loop now, which means something in the data is probably wrong. It does have combat idea 1, but this is only the first loop, and it still says party ID 0. So we have, that means we have to have in our update stuff, something happened here where we set the player ID to 0 when we didn't want to. Getting party by player ID 0. So let's kind of follow our updates because this is tied to the party table. Let's look in the party table. I bet it says 0 now instead of 1 for the player ID. No, it doesn't. In the combat, maybe? Combat. Okay, so combat is getting set to 0 for player ID, and it needs to be 1. That's what it was before the update. So it made it through one thing earlier because it made it through that. Then whatever update happened to the, which is down here, this triggered a 0. All right, we're getting close here. Let's see. Now we're converting it. We got to go to this function. Combat.getPlayerID. So this didn't work. Which means before we even got here, when we created the combat builder, we didn't set it right. So let's go back down here again. Combat builder set player ID combat.getParty.getPlayerID. I already generated the party object, right? Party builder. I could even go into... Wait. This might be an issue. Let's look. I never did the dot build. For these objects. Do you think that's it? Could it be? I don't know. This is still funky up here. Let's try this. Let's just, because I think they have to be building. Same with the encounter. Where's the encounter at? Where do I set that at down here? Right here. I think you have to do that. And I did do it on the combat builder. But these aren't, I don't know how this works, because this shouldn't be, this is a party builder object. This isn't a party. I don't know. I don't know why that didn't throw an error. Let's try that first before we go too much farther. We still might have to troubleshoot this. This is what set 0. We might have to add some debugs to look at what that value is when it gets there. Because it is right in the database, except for the combat one, which we're going to have to manually update now or it still won't work. But I want to update that to what it should be. And it's either going to work now or it's going to loop one time like it did before and then crash. I think it'll at least make it through one loop again. But it might work now. No, it didn't work. We did get through one loop. All right. Frustrating. Same error. It's making it all the way through. Party builder. Set player ID. Combat.getParty.getPlayerID. Why can't I just get the player ID from the combat? Why do I have to go into the party? Am I don't I have this at the combat level? Maybe I don't in the... Yeah, I don't. In the... I'm thinking the database level I have it. Why can't I just do combat ID here? I should still have that too, right? Well, I'm not, that's not what I want though. I want player ID. That's right. That's not the same thing. And I wish the debugger would work. That would make this a little bit easier. Combat dot. I mean, it wants me to use what I was using. I'm not updating those tables in the database. Am I? Now I'm rethinking this. I'm like, how did that change? Oh no, it changed in the combat. It changed in the combat. I'm gonna say I wasn't making updates to party or encounter in the database during combat. But that's not the issue. The issue is when we create the update here, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't see where I'm setting. Isn't there a player ID in the combat? Or not? Oh my goodness, is that all I was missing? Did I totally miss setting that? So I'm setting it at the party level, but I don't think I ever set it at the combat object level. I hope that's it. Let's restart and see if I'm just an idiot. I've said that a lot in all these streams. Let's just see if I'm an idiot. Oh, the data's messed up in the database again. It's not gonna work at all if that's set up that way. The server's fine. I mean, I don't have to restart the server, but I need to fix that and now try to run again. Come on, work. We have a timestamp, but we still have an error. Well, that wasn't the issue. Why? This has got to be null or zero. It's not here either. I must have added this later on and just totally forgot to make all these updates. Set player ID. This is going to be important because when it loops through, it's pulling this data. So if that wasn't set there, then it's going to be 0. All right. Now what's my error for? Oh, because I didn't set it down here. I deleted it. Should be able to go back to what it was, player ID. And we do have to restart the server because we made changes. And we have to update the database because it's 0 again, I think. This is where a little bit better validation built in would maybe help us track this down faster. All right. I don't even know. I'm going to say we've got a better chance now, but there we go. And see, the counter is updating by about 250. I mean, it's not anywhere near exact, but it is about every 250 milliseconds. We're getting that back, which is awesome. Okay. That was a much bigger step than I thought it would be. Now combat is running. And we're passing timestamps back. Are we passing time elapsed back or just the current time? I know the time elapsed for the heroes, though, that's going to get stored on them. So we shouldn't have to do anything else here. We can still see that combat is moving by seeing that this is incrementing. That one was only off by 4 milliseconds, so that was very close. So the transfer between one to the other is pretty spot on. Well, that one's faster, which just means this one took a little bit longer to get there and then this one didn't. So it's okay when you see it less than 250. It's pretty close. And as far as the game play is concerned, it should work correctly once we code out this other part. Okay, so we have the combat loop working and updating the time elapsed. So now that we have time elapsed, we have this section up here where it's passing it in to the combat units in the update function. So now all we have to do is build out this stuff here to trigger based on time lapse. So we have, we want to say if time elapsed, can I convert that into seconds? That's the next thing I need to do. Or at least that's the way I have it stored in the database right now. Maybe it makes more sense to store attack speed is what I'm thinking of, and any other things tied to it in the same format. So I don't have to do any funky conversions. So for example, remember we put attack speed at 3 point. I thought we updated these. Didn't we update these to decimals? It doesn't look like it kept any of that data. So that's even more reason to convert this to the other field. So we're gonna change attack speed to big int to match the time fields. It could in all honesty still be an integer, but then I don't know if they'd compare correctly. So we're just gonna make them both longs in the Java side and big ints in the MySQL side. I think that will fix this issue. So we're going to change this to big int. And this is going to end up being milliseconds of time before their next attack is what this means. And we need to do the same thing with the monster table. And then in the code, we need to make sure the proto file is longs, int64s for both of those. Don't know what we had it set for. Well, I mean, that wasn't matching anyways. That could have caused issues. But this will be cleaner this way. There we go. So there's attack speed there, attack speed there. And then the database objects. This ends up being a long instead of an integer. What else is this going to break by doing this? Anything? Don't know. We need to regenerate those proto files that we just updated. We're gonna have to stop this real quick. There we go. It wasn't gonna work if I didn't stop the server. It always gets mad. Okay, that's done. Now we should be able to reference things correctly in here. So the way this should be able to read is if, let's see, what is it? Hero dot get attack speed is greater than or equal to time elapsed. No, that's not right. Time elapsed is the time elapsed from the combat manager. We need to add that. Before we do this, we need to add that here. So we need to say long long. Think. Hero time elapsed equals hero dot get time elapsed plus time elapsed. Oh, it didn't like that. Why? Provided a float. I thought I fixed that. Did I not fix that? The time elapsed field should be a long, right? For the hero? No, I didn't. I didn't. Which means this is probably wrong for the monster as well. Alright. You know what that means. We change the proto files, we have to rebuild the proto. Regenerate these files. Once this error goes away, that means it's regenerated. At least the first one. The second one is probably still broken. It pretty much waited till the very end before that fixed. Okay. Now, hero time elapsed equals get their current time elapsed plus the time elapsed from the combat manager. Now I can compare this new value to attack speed. So if hero.get attack speed, and I'm doing this backwards, it needs to read if hero time elapsed is greater than or equal to get attack speed. So if I have the attack speed set as 3,500, and we've had 3,500 milliseconds passed, then we should trigger. And right now, I think I just want to trigger an attack, but how do I do that? Yeah, I need to think through this part. How do I trigger these other things to happen? I don't have, in the update function, all I have is time elapsed. I don't know a target. I need to choose a target, which will return what if we make a flag on this wrapper that says private pool what was I going to call it? Time ready? Let's just call it time ready. Boolean? How about Boolean? So time ready. And down here, it should say, if this happened, time ready equals true. And we should also reset hero time elapsed equals 0. That way it doesn't trigger multiple times. After it triggered once, it'll just keep triggering if I don't reset that. And this flag then can be used back in the combat section. This might be cleaner anyways, because really all of these commands should be triggered from the combat manager, not from within these classes, really, if I'm doing this the right way. So this is going to update it. And we're going to put a flag. Actually, this flag needs to be, well, we can't set it at the combat unit because it's a interface. But we need this time ready on both units. And then over here, here's where we did the update. And then in that same instance, we should be able to say if combat unit dot ready, what was it? Yeah. Oh my goodness, I don't remember. Oh, it's not in combat unit. All right, it will be in combat unit because we're going to do it this way. We're going to say public boolean is ready. Is that what I called it? I don't remember what I called it. Time ready. I called it time ready. We'll just say is ready though. We need to implement that in the interface. So now it's going to be mad and say implement that too. We'll say okay. And the same thing over here. We'll say okay. And we just want to return that value, time ready. Time ready. Now we can do this. So I'm going to say if combat unit is ready. Now we know that this unit is triggering an action. So the first thing we have to do is choose a target, and it's going to return a list of combat units. So we'll say list combat unit targets equals combat unit dot choose target. And we're going to have to pass, we have to pass this in because it doesn't know it. So we need to pass in the list of combat units, which I'm not doing that here. That's right. What is it? Combat units. It needs to be passed in. So we need to update this do that. Needs to get passed in. Okay, same thing here. So we have the list of combat units now. Let's go ahead and fix it over here, otherwise I might forget. Okay. Should have removed any errors. And what do we want to do here? So we mentioned we want to randomly pick an enemy in the front row, but I need to be able to determine if something in the front row is already dead. So we can do that by looking at the HP. Normally I'd say we should probably have a flag that says is dead. But we should be able to do the same thing with their HP, I think. So let's say if well, now we also have another issue. We need to know that from the hero side of things, if it's a hero, it needs to be attacking a monster, not another hero. And the vice versa. When I'm setting up the monster, I need to make sure that it's only looking at hero units. So we need to say if no, I need to loop through this. So combat unit and combat units. We might have to create a temporary list here. So a list of combat units, possible targets, we'll call it that, and a new array list. And yeah, we're going to need to import that. Wait. Combat unit. And then I just need to loop through and say if combat unit instance of, that's not accurate, instance of monster unit that means it's valid to be added at this point, but I probably need to do the rest too, and I need to say and, well, I don't know if that'll break it, so let's do an internal. So we'll say if combat unit dot get monster, because we know it's a monster at this point. Let's go ahead and create, since we know it's a monster at this point, let's do a monster unit. There we go. Exactly what it wanted me to do. So now I should be able to use the monster option. So I can get monster dot get current HP is greater than 0. I don't want to pull in an enemy that's already dead. What's this mean? Oh, cool. Like a little shorthand thing there. All right, so if that's 0, now we have a valid monster. Well, we still have one more check though. Don't we? We need to know if it's in the front or the back row. Let's see. So what's the right logic for that? So we've determined it's a monster. We've determined it's still alive, but now we need to determine, are there any monsters alive in the front row? What if they're all dead? How do we properly find the list of possible targets? I guess we might need 2 sections here. So the first one will loop through and verify that it's that and the front row. And if that fails, if it comes up with 0 possible targets, then it needs to look in the back row. Let's do it that way. And monster unit dot get not is ready dot get monster get row battle row equals, and this is where I need to set up my constants, because right now I'm just coding strings and that's messy. All right, so this loops through, and if it finds any monsters in the front row, it will add them. At this point, we know they're a valid target, so let's add that unit. And then after this for statement, we need to do a check. And we say if possible targets is empty. And then we have to do another loop. Now we need to look for very similar setup here, but in this case, we need to look that they're in the back. That means all the ones in the front are dead. There should be some alive in the back. Otherwise, we don't have our... We'll have to set up some type of trigger that ends combat once everything's dead. So we shouldn't be looping through this if everything's dead once we get that all built out. So we also, the way this is set up, we should never have a scenario where there's possible targets, at least for this generic attack that I have set up, in both the front and back row. You should either have to attack a front row first, and if all of those are dead, then it should find a back row. And then we just want to return the possible targets. No, that's not right. We don't want to return it yet. We have a list of possible targets. Now, for now, we just want to return 1 target. It shouldn't hit all those targets. It should only hit 1 for this generic attack. So we could do a random and then random dot next int, I think is what it is. And it needs to be the size of that. And actually we need to assign that. Just call it index. Now we should be able to return possible targets dot get index. Well, we're still returning a list, so we still have to... We want to define the actual list now, don't we? Oh, I don't know. This isn't very clean. So right now, I mean, I want the ability to have more than one target. So if you're shooting a fireball, an area effect fireball, it has the ability to hit more than one unit. But in this case, we're just doing a normal attack that attacks one unit. But if I set it up this way, it should be reusable in both cases. And that's why I'm doing this way. So we still need to... We'll have to... I mean, this code is definitely going to get updated later on when we have area effect. Anything that attacks more than one target, we're going to have to update this code. But for now, we're going to create the list combat unit. And we'll just put chosen targets, new array list, and for now, all we're going to do is say chosen targets dot add possible targets get index. Good. Now we can return chosen targets. It's always going to be just one item right now, but down the road, we have this set up in a way where it will work once we build this functionality out better to return a list of chosen targets instead of just one. Okay, so we have the target list ready now. We've looped through the hero. We've determined if they're ready to attack. When they are ready to attack, then they choose a target. And now we go back here. Now that we have a list of targets, we should be able to do the next part, which is combat unit dot attack targets. Anything in the target list will get attacked. Which right now, like I said, is just one unit. And we'll have to determine how this works. This is starting to fall into game design logic that I haven't completely fleshed out yet, but we can probably do something here. So we do have some of this thought out because we put it in the database this way. So we have a low damage and a high damage variable. And we can take both of those to calculate a random number between those two numbers. And then do we want to pull any of this stuff in right now? Like, is this low damage, high damage? I guess that is a base number. But do we want to do any other kind of calculations right now? Let's not. For now, let's just tell it they're going to do the damage based on these two numbers only. And we're also going to figure in the defense stat. So let's say this number minus the defense stat. And if it's less than 1, it should always do at least 1 damage. Maybe that's the right way to do it for now, for this very basic test. Okay, so go into the attack. Once we build out the hero, a lot of this we can copy over to the monster. A lot of it will be very similar. It's just referencing different data, and that's why we had to keep them separate. But I want to keep the logic pretty much the same. to the point I could probably even make a little util function with all of the actual formulas and math type stuff. You know, if we do math in here where we're like right now we're creating how the attack works and how it does damage, we should probably put that in a helper function. So let's do that. Let's just call the class combat util. And we'll try to do this in a way where public static calculate basic attack. Okay. And to do that, we have to pass in right now anyways, we're saying we need to pass in the low damage, the high damage, and the defender resist, or not resist, defender defense, I think I called it. Public static int. I need to tell it what type this is. Calculate basic attack. So we say random and then random int damage equals random dot next int let's see, does that math compute high damage minus low damage? So let's say it's 3 and 8. 3 is the low, 8 is the high. That would be 5 plus, so it would do 0 to 5 plus the low damage. So yeah, that works out. I had to think through it to make sure it wasn't screwing up my math. And then we want to do minus defender defense. And then we need to do one more check before we return this. And we need to say if damage is less than 1, return 1. Otherwise, return damage. So the way this is set up right now, they'll always hit as well, the way it's set up. That's fine for now. I don't know how I want to set that other stuff up in the future. We'll have to calculate attack, like what considered a hit and what's not. I have to figure out how to do that. This is very basic. This is going to get built out, and that's why I want to keep this separate from the individual, because this is going to be updated so much as we're tweaking the combat balance that we don't want to have to update this in more than one place. So that should return a number, an integer of damage that's going to get done. So then over here, what we should be able to do is say for units there, we don't necessarily have to break this out into a variable, but we're going to do this just for now. Combat util dot calculate basic attack. The low damage will be this hero, so we'll say hero unit dot get low damage, hero dot get high damage, and then the defender, or no, I called it combat unit dot get All right, we should be able to say list of monster units, right? We know they're all monster units the way we're doing this right now. The other way to do this, the better way to do this, because who knows if we have like a confusion spell that makes you attack a hero on the same team, is to add another thing we have to implement, and it would just be a integer return called get defense. Implement that. It's just going to return the hero dot get defense. And then on the monster, it's very similar. It's just going to return the monster's defense. Return monster dot get defense. There we go. Now that works. Where's it at? Where were we at? I already lost track. Okay, up here. We should be able to say combat unit dot get defense. No. Yes. Took a minute to show up. All right, so now we have the damage number. Now we have to do the damage, which means we also need another. We'll say change HP, because it could be a heal spell. Or should we just make those separate? It might be more readable to make two separate. So we'll call one take damage. And it would be just a damage number getting passed in. But we'll also create one. Well, we won't do that yet. We're not to the heal. We don't have any heal stuff yet. So take damage. So you should be able to do combat unit dot take damage dot take damage. And we need to define that. So this gets sticky because now we're updating something. Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't get sticky. We're updating the hero. Hero dot set current HP. Why isn't that working? We don't have any setters in there. We can't set data in the RPC object. Okay. Okay. Think. The hero unit. This is going to be an issue, right? We didn't actually do this in here either, though, did we? For the time elapsed. I mean, that's something else we updated. How did we do that? Or did we not do it correctly? Update. Hero time elapsed. Oh, yeah, we did not do that correctly. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I set that wrong. I was wondering, I'm like, no, why did I not run into this back there? It's because I didn't do it right. How do I set this? I mean, normally you would use a builder to update this stuff. I just want to set one value. Like hero dot, is there a get builder? No. Hero to builder dot set hero time elapsed to 0. And then do we have to rebuild it after that, maybe? Ooh, I don't know if that's going to work or not. It might. I guess we can just test it and see what happens. I'm trying to figure out how to convert from an RPC object here, and I want this data stored, and I don't have to update the whole thing every time. So then down here, what we're saying we want to do is to builder set current HP to actually before we set that, let's just pull it in. So let's say int current HP equals hero.get current HP, and then we want to say current HP equals we can do a minus equals damage, and then if current HP is less than 0, set it to 0. And then we can set it up here and then do a build. I mean, it looks like it should work, but I don't know what the to builder, if this is doing what I think it's doing, I don't know. I don't want it to lose all the other values in this hero object. So when I'm setting the HP, does everything else get nulled out? I don't know. We're going to find out. All right. And this doesn't have to be an integer. This has to be a, or should it be a bool? And it should return maybe return true if unit is dead. Because then there might be something else that we could do with it. I don't even know. We don't have to do anything with it right this second, but having that in there would probably help. We're setting it there. Why is that? Oh, because I didn't return. Return. So I have to do another if. If current HP greater than 0, return false. Else return true. Why are you getting mad at me? Oh, because that's not what's in here. Fine. All right, we're slowly making it through. So we've figured out how to take damage. We still have to build out the monster unit. Let's do that real quick. We didn't do it for all the steps yet. So it doesn't really matter. Oh my goodness, why doesn't that work? All right, let's just copy this and then change it. It's going to have, instead of referencing hero, it's going to reference monster. The monster object type. And the same, we need to pick the monster builder. Everything else should be good there. So we're attacking the target. We're giving damage to the target. I don't think we have to do anything else. We're not doing the actions yet, because that's when a user would click on a button, and that's several steps farther down the road. But I need a way to trigger, I guess one thing we do need, so on the UI side of things, we need a way to know when an attack has happened so that we can show some type of UI that shows that it was an attack happened. We need to like show a blink or something. Otherwise, we have no idea who's attacking. So, how do we want that to work? Maybe we might need a few additional fields here, really, if I'm thinking of it the right way. This is doing the behind the scenes updates to the data. So this is taking the attack, it's taking the HP off of the enemy that was hit. But there's no data in here that the Unity side could get that would be able to translate that into what happened. So if this hero, if the hero in the middle of the front row attacked the hero on the bottom on the monster row, the front end doesn't know that. It doesn't know how that, it'll still adjust the HP in the UI, but you won't actually see that the hero attacked and who they attacked. So maybe on the exact combat info that happens that caused the attack, we're going to have to pass either another separate object back or just build out the objects that are already there with more data. And what I'm thinking of right now might not even have to be in the database. This is like an instance in time, and once it's done, it's done. So this could be like a list of combat actions, and it would show, it would be like, or maybe combat events is a better way to read it. A list of combat events. Let's start building this out. So this will go in this same folder. We're going to call this a combat event. Actually, this is going to have to be an RPC object. So let's not do it this way. Let's create the RPC proto file. And then it will be available for us to use. This will be called combat event dot proto. So a combat event will have not really the attacker, but it's the, maybe, what can I call it? We're going to call it, what do we pass? Do we pass an ID? Do we pass, we're not going to know if it's a hero or a monster this way. We don't have a wrapper in here. Things are already getting more complex as I'm thinking through this. I want to be able to show this on the UI. I want to be able to show which unit attacked and which unit they hit. That's pretty important to have. How do I do that on the data layer here correctly? Like I said, I don't have anything in the data getting sent back to the UI right now that I could use to figure that out. Everything's updating per unit as it's supposed to now. But we don't know what happened to make that happen. We don't know how they took damage. They're just going to be taking damage. And maybe we test that part first without knowing who did it, and then we'll do that next. Let's do that for now. I mean, that can stay there. It's not going to hurt anything. Let's get this much working and see that the hit points are changing in the system. I'm going to have to create some kind of reset script, or I'm going to have to go into the database after every playtest to update their hit points. I could default it at the very beginning of the game too. I can probably do that pretty easy. All right, so they're doing the attack. I think this is all the basics that we need for stuff to happen. So it's looping through the units. It's updating their time elapsed. If the unit's ready to attack, then it chooses a target and it attacks. And then once we finish through that whole loop, then it starts to build everything out. So are these objects in this going to get saved in this down here? That's the next question. If combat has run, let's update the combat info object. Yeah, it is going to work correctly because we're looking through the combat unit list. So this is going to correctly update in the database. I mean, in theory, I don't know for sure. So this should work. We should have working combat. We're not going to know what's happening, but their hit points are going to go down in theory. And the database will update as well. The only things that will be updating in the database right now, besides the I think the only things that'll be updating right now are the time elapsed for the combat and for each unit, and the hit points for each unit. None of the other data should be affected because we haven't done anything that affects the other data. Let's try it. We still have lots of little issues to figure out, but let's see if we've at least gotten this far where the combat is running in the background. I can probably turn off that debug. That's triggering every 250 milliseconds as well. It's going to be hard to tell what's going on otherwise. We'll just comment it out. We might need to use it in the future for something. I don't really know. I think this is all set up where it should update based on the yeah, so right here, when we get an update, the enemy panel and the party panel are both listening for those updates. When the updates come in, it destroys what's there and then recreates it with the updated data. So in theory, this should work. Server's running. It took 10 seconds to start, which is kind of long. Don't know why. I don't think I made any updates to the proto file that I need to push to Unity. I mean, I guess I can do it just to be sure. It's so easy to do now. Let's just run it to make sure that we didn't change anything. Oh, well, now it's messing up. What did I do? How? Oh. 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 Ooh, it doesn't like this. We're just going to delete this for now. It hit that file and said that doesn't match. And we didn't do anything in it yet, so. Okay, that worked that time. This is just a warning. Let this chug a little bit. Okay, I guess we just push run and see what happens. If their HP starts going down, then we know it's working. Because I don't have any other debugs in here, and I don't have a way to tell who's attacking who. Let's just wait. Everybody's attacks take... Oh, you know what? I didn't change the data layer. I didn't change the data layer. Nothing's changing. I don't see anything changing. But that might be because the data layer is not updated. So what I mean by that is we changed this to milliseconds for attack speed, but we didn't change the values for any of this to match up. See how it says null? I don't even know how it was running. I don't know why it didn't get mad. Or not just that, for the attack speed as well. So this would be 2000. And actually, I think I set that to 2.75, and let's say this one's 3000. Let's say this is 4250. These are milliseconds, so divide this by 1,000, and that's how many seconds this should be. Let's do 3,500 for that one, just so they're all different. I don't know, I'm gonna set the time elapsed as well. I thought I already did that. I don't know that it has to be, but I think it probably does have to be set to something. Yeah, I'm really surprised that didn't throw an error. And then on this one, it doesn't really matter. Let's just try to vary it on our testing here. So let's do 3,000, 3,500, 2,500, 3,750, 3,250, 2,750. Now they're all a little different. Okay. And the time elapse I'm going to set to 0 again. I don't know. I mean, nothing completely zeroed out, so that makes me think those commands we used are okay. Those two builders, because if it was setting just the current HP or time elapsed and nothing else got set, it should have zeroed everything out, which would have been bad. I'd have to put all this data back in. I should probably export my setup here. Let's see if this isn't easy enough to do. Where's that tool at? I've done this before. It doesn't mean I remember how I did it. I see a data import wizard. I want to export it. I want to export everything in the database. Where is that button? Why do I keep going up to tools? I think it's in tools, but it's not. There it is, data export. I just need it for the strategy RPG schema. I want to make sure it dumps the data and the structure. And I need to find somewhere to dump it. Let's go into the projects folder. Strategy RPG server folder. And then let's call this data.sql. That way, if we totally screw this up, I don't have to manually type all that back in again. Because I have a feeling we're going to run into that a few times through testing, where I've done something wrong and it deletes everything. Let's just verify that that file got created. I do not see it. C: project strategy RPG server / data SQL. Well, it's news to me because I don't see it. Oh, there it is. It created a folder. I didn't realize it was asking to create a folder. All right, that's fine. At least they're all there. And we can even double check that there's data in these files. I'm sure there is. Let's see. Let's look at the hero. This was the one I would most hate to lose because there's so much data in there already to recreate it. Yeah, there's all the data in a very long format, but it's all there. Okay. Let's see now, should we test it again? I don't think we had any errors in the, I didn't see any errors in the server. Let's just test it again and see if the numbers adjust. And if not, Then we got some work to do. All right, something should have went down by now. Let's add some on the server side. Let's clean up some of these statements because there's a little bit too much getting logged now. And then let's add a couple more where we can watch when numbers should actually be getting updated. I'm not sure if it's setting those correctly. Let's check the database. We can do that real quick. See if the time elapsed changed. It's null again. So that's an issue, and that's why it's probably not triggering anything. And it's probably null for the monsters as well. So the way we're trying to update that is not working. So in here we did .toBuilder dot set the time. Even if this, you know what? Even if that, I need to update it regardless. Right? So I need to say if it's passed, otherwise time ready is false, which we already knew. But we need to do this again. But this time we need to set it to hero time elapsed. Build. I still don't know if that's working because it's null for some reason. Shouldn't it have set something there? Or not changed it at all, because it should have never triggered an update. That's just kind of funky to me why that happened. Why is it null? What caused it to null out? Because this, the way this was set up, this should have never triggered because it was actually never getting big enough. Every 250 milliseconds, it would have started over. And the time in the database, at least before it nulled it out, was 0. So it would have always been 0 plus 250. And none of my attacks were set up to take 250 milliseconds or less. So, but if that never ran, then this shouldn't have been what caused it to be null. Right? Hero time elapsed has to be greater than get attack speed. Did the attack speed change? It shouldn't have. Attack speed, no. So those are all numbers. Let me make sure I have the both of those need to be big int. Attack speed needs to be big int. Time elapsed needs to be big int. Okay, that's right. Make sure it's right for the monster too, I guess. It should be. Yeah. Close all these. I got them 2 dozen open again. What am I missing? Let's go ahead and clean up since I had already mentioned, I'm going to clean up some of these logging statements so that we can maybe log what's happening. So let's find this updating hero, which will be in the hero service. Let's turn that off. And then the other one was updating monster. Let's turn that off. Because these are happening every 250 milliseconds. This is too often for me to watch the logs and get any useful updates. Getting monster. Where's that one at? There it is. Let's turn that off. The other ones don't trigger quite as often, so we can maybe leave those open. Thought there was one for getting heroes too, but maybe not. I see updating hero, but not getting. So I guess we don't have that one turned on. That should clean up enough where that thing's not chugging away. It's still going to have quite a few, but not nearly as many as it had. Now what I want to watch is I want to see, we'll just do it on one. It's gonna, if it's working, it'll work on one. So the update hero, no, that's not the right one. Combat, hero unit. That's what I'm looking for. I want to know if it gets in here first of all. And I need to add a log statement to this. I think that'll work. I don't usually add it on these wrapper classes, but I think it'll work fine. Log.info. Hero time has elapsed. Maybe I'll even put, this is going to loop a lot, but maybe I'll even put this up here. Current hero time. Just to see if it's changing. Let's do that much first. Okay, let's make our connection so it triggers combat. And let's watch the server this time. I don't know how fast this is going to move. But we're looking for our new entries tied to the time elapsed stuff. No, that's still way too much. The time is only one entry. So that's not working. The save is not working. That's what that means. So instead of doing what we thought it would be doing, go away. I guess that's what happens when the server dies. So I need to figure out how to update this. How do I update this object? So that's where I'm at now. I'm gonna have to do some research here. Let's see, do I have a browser already open? How do I update a gRPC object in Java that already has data? We already know that. We can't just type set in the field. How to update a gRPC object the right way. Get a builder from the existing message. Modify fields using the builder. Rebuild the new object. I'm sorry, I'm doing this on my other screen. You guys can't see what I'm looking at. So here's their example. This is just setting up in a new one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. Right? So there's their message type. New builder, and they're setting all of that. And then they're doing an updated. And it equals the old one to builder. And then they're changing the one value and building it. So the only difference here is they're creating a new object, whereas I was trying to reuse the one that was there. You can change only what you need and rebuild. I mean, I was really close. I still feel like what I did maybe should have worked, but maybe not. Maybe I'm misthinking this. Right, here's another example. So they're setting everything. And then update name and add another ability. So updated hero equals hero.toBuilder. So the main thing we're seeing here is once we receive that object, we can't update that object. That's pretty much what this is saying. So the hero object I have in my hero unit class, I can't update that. I'm going to have to create another value, another variable called updated hero. And when it first runs the update command, that's when it should pass just the basic in. Like it should do a hero.toBuilder. But what if we can't keep building on the same one either, can we? The toBuilder preserves existing abilities, so you can add new ones. I wonder if once you do the build, once you do this, does it kind of close it out and you can't update it anymore as well? I wonder if that's also something. Where's my frickin'... have it set down too low. I want to say, does the build method close out the gRPC object and make it immutable? Just so I understand better, let's see if it knows. Yes, exactly right. When you call build, you are finalizing the builder and creating an immutable message object. Okay, so that's for sure an issue the way I have it set up, because I'm calling build more than once. Which means we're going to need a finalize thing as well in here. So let's do, if I'm understanding that correctly, what we're going to have to do then, back up here, we're going to have to create another method that we inherit by the other classes, and it'll just be called it's a void. It'll just be called build updated unit. For better or worse, that's what it's doing. And then so in here we'll do the, oh, we don't even have the object yet. So up here we're going to have to create another hero. Updated hero. So this, anything that happens in here has to go into the updated hero object. So down here in the update functionality, what we'll have to do is, that's the first one that runs. So we can, whoops, let's not delete that. I might need that just for, so first of all, we want to say hero, updated hero equals, let's look at that ChatGPT example again. I just don't want to do dot build, so I can do these other things first. So I'll pick the old one dot to builder, and I can set values, but I'm not going to do the dot build. And let's see if that works that way. So in this case, we'll say, initially we're just going to set it to the builder. So we're going to say hero dot to builder. Like that. Oh, it doesn't like that though. Do I need to also do that? So we're going to have a hero builder, and then it'll be converted to the updated hero when it's done. So this will be hero builder. I hate when it starts doing that crap. Hero builder. That should work. And then now that that's open and we haven't closed it out, then this should be hero. We don't want that. We want this to be builder. Same thing here. Oh my goodness, I hate whatever that is, whatever this setting is that throws that up. I need to figure out how to turn it off because I don't use it that way. We gotta get rid of build by clicking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And then we also changed it in the attack. We have to fix that. Didn't we? Or not in the attack, in the take damage. So this needs to be builder. And get rid of build on the end. I think that's the only two places so far that we've tinkered with the object and updating it. So now how do I do this? Do I say updated hero equals hero builder.build? Let's see if that works. Now we're still gonna have to update. I mean, we gotta update the monsters. Let's do that. But we also need to update the combat because it's still looking at the old unit and we need to make it look at the updated unit. So we have a monster builder, and then we have a updated monster. And in the update, oh, I didn't actually set that up yet. So monsters will never get to attack. That's okay. Well, if this works, then we'll update it. We do need to update this right now because we want to see the monster's damage happening. Monster builder. We got to get rid of build. In the update, we do have to at least set that initially, even though we don't have the rest of this code built out. So we need to say monster builder equals monster dot to builder. And then down here, we need to say updated monster equals monster builder dot build. Okay, now in the combat service, so combat has run. Let's update the combat info object and pass it back. So this is where we need to grab the, instead of it saying get monster, it needs to say get updated monster. And then the same for the heroes. Instead of hero, it needs to be getting the updated hero object. And did I do the combat builder right, or is it also going to be an issue? Let's look in the combat builder and see if it updated correctly. That's how we'll know. It is updating correctly. So this one I must be setting the right way. Otherwise it wouldn't have a value in there. But that one wasn't as complex as the other objects here. All right, let's try this again. Starting the server up. Let's just watch and see. Now the only ones that like I just figured out I didn't do the monsters yet, so the only thing that should go down is the monster HP if this works. Our players will always win. Oh crap. Now we got a new error over here. Hero time has elapsed right off the bat. Why is that number so big? I got the same Kate and the same. Why did I get in? Why is monster no? Well, the first issue is up here, even though it wasn't an error. The current hero time should never be anywhere near that big. So my logic to calculate that is way off, right? Did it update the database that way too? It probably did. Oh no, it didn't. Getting encounter. Current hero time, which is in my loop. Down here. So it's saying hero time elapsed equals hero get time elapsed plus time elapsed. So this number, I might need to put 0 in there. I don't know why null. I mean, nulls are in there because it was messing up. But now that I think we have it working, we might need to put zeros in there. I can even create some kind of a init. I'll have to create some kind of a init function probably to do this normally anyways. You don't want the time elapsed to have anything in it if you're starting a new combat. Let's do that for the monsters too. You're gonna restart the server just because I don't think it matters. Clear that for now. We're still gonna get that error though, probably related to the monster. Well, let's see if we at least get past that issue where the numbers were way off. Look at the server code. No, the numbers are still way off. What in the heck? Why is that so high? What I'm passing to that, is that correct? Let's look. So what number am I passing? Time elapsed equals current time minus previous time. Oh, you know what? The very first run through, previous time is going to be however long back it was before I did my, when I did my last run. So how do I fix that? Pulling it from there, which is good. But when it first initializes, I need to set it to something else. So up here, wherever I'm setting that, time elapsed. Starting combat loot. Okay. So maybe up here somewhere, since this is all only running once and then it's done. This might not be high enough though, because I'm not seeing more than one loop because it's breaking. Long previous time. Maybe I should just do a check here. It should never be. I can just do like a sanity check and say if elapsed is greater than what, 5,000? Not time elapsed. I need to do this under the next line is what I meant. If time elapsed is greater than 5,000, reset the timer. This is a new run. This will at least fix that issue. It might not be the best way. Time elapsed equals 0. Anytime this happens, it's just going to reset it to 0. Does that make sense? Should I reset it? Should I default it to 250 in that first run through? And then the rest will be good. So the very first loop might be like an initialized loop and it might be a little off timing wise, but then it should be fine. I think that'll fix this first issue. And then let's run it again and see what that other issue's saying. I don't think it's going to make that go away. But that was funky and I wanted to fix that first to make sure that wasn't the issue. Alright, so we should at least have the numbers coming up right. Okay, let's stop that. Yeah, so see, now they defaulted to 250, which is what we wanted. So the update is saying that this is null. This is where we just changed it to that updated monster. Oh, we never ran that code. Nope, it doesn't need to be when they're ready. It needs to be no matter what at the end here. So at the end of that, it needs to be, updates can happen through the whole loop. So right here is where I need to do it. I need to say combat unit dot build updated unit. There we go. Because it's not, that hasn't actually ran yet to build, to close that out, I think. This is all a little new. All right, let's try that. Rinse and repeat. I don't see any errors, but I don't see any HP dropping either. Let's see what it looks like on the server side. So we are looping, but I can see the issue is the hero time still isn't getting bigger. It's staying at one loop through every time. So our updates still aren't hitting the database. That means it still says 0 over here in the database, which is not what I want. Or it's null. So something about the way I'm making that update is not working. All the data is in here. Otherwise, it would be zeroing out in the database. But for some reason, the fields we're updating aren't. And really, the only field that we've even updated at all yet is this one. And it's nulling out. So all the data is in. When we do this hero builder equals hero2 builder, it is getting all the data that's in the original object. But this doesn't seem to be doing anything. or actually it's this one here. Hero Builder, set time elapsed, hero time elapsed. So, I mean, we can see down here that it's 275, so it should be set time elapsed to 275. And then the next loop through, it should get the new time elapsed value, which is usually a little different. So let's say it gets here 235. So this should be 230 or 275 from the previous one plus 235. And we got to do this again. We got to recreate it. So we're doing the hero builder equals hero. And then we're updating the new one, not the old one. And we haven't closed it out yet. I don't know, the way I read all that, it seemed like that was right. Update a field, to builder, set, build. Update a nested object, chain the to builder calls. This isn't a nested object. Replace the entire object. New builder, merge from, set. But it doesn't say anything about. While you're working with builder, you can freely modify fields. Then you call builder.build. That wasn't a compiler. I tried that before and it did not work, but it wasn't a compiler. So updated hero, hero to builder, set the stuff and then build it. But I can't do that. We know this number's coming over right. all this will show me is what that value is. It should be the same, right? I don't know if I'm doing this the way I wanted. I'm gonna stop it. Hero time, hero time, hero time. This is always 0. It is not updating. We're setting it here. This should be running. I mean, I can turn off this new debug. Let's add another one that just says updating hero time elapsed 2. I mean, that's not going to read any differently than it has, though. But that'll at least show me that it's triggering in this else statement. I don't know why it wouldn't be. So the first loop through. Holy cow, did it really run that many? I don't think so. Maybe it did. I mean, it's showing current time and then updating to that time. But then when it starts over the next loop, it says current time. Where did I set that? Current time, hero time elapsed. The only log I didn't do up here, which I don't know, I'm sure this is 0. It's gotta be. Hero get time elapsed. That should be 0. I mean, I don't want it to be 0, but that's what it looks like it is. I want it to start saving the value and then incrementing it. This is aggravating. I seem to have it set up. Honey. Hi. I'm just trying to do some coding. I'm doing some coding. How are you guys doing? I don't know who's out there. Oh. Not yet. Yeah. I'm getting mad at my computer because it's not doing what I want it to do. So the get time elapsed is 0. We verified that. I don't want it to be 0. Because that means this whole hero builder thing I did to try and fix it isn't actually working. So we're running the up. Let's check the combat service and make sure that we're saving this correctly. So it's the hero that we're messing with right now. Get updated hero. Hero service. Update hero. So let's do something in between here. Let's say after updates, time elapsed is hero.get time elapsed. Just for grins, let's make sure this doesn't have a value in it. I don't know what it's going to have in it, but if it has a value here and our update statement runs right after it, then something funky's going on. I have a lot of extra debugs in here, but that's okay. I mean, this is just creating tons of logging right now. More than anyone could use in a good manner. All right, play. Stop it as soon as it loads into the UI. Go back. Uh-oh. Oh, there they are. It is saving the value. That means at this point in time, there is a value in here. What am I missing? I gotta be messing something up. It's probably so stupid. Hero service update hero. Convert hero to hero DB. And then save that new object. So let's check this. Hero to hero DB. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I see the issue. God, I'm such an idiot sometimes. I don't see a set time elapsed in there. Do you guys? My goodness, I'm a freaking idiot. That's gotta be it. I think I'm gonna have to be done after we get this update and get this working, because you can see my brain is not working. Okay. I bet this is broken in the monster one as well. Let's make sure the other direction is set up. It's probably not. And we're gonna need that as well, or it won't work. I added these fields, and I just forgot to update all these builders, I guess. That's not right. Let's close all this. I got too much open again. Nope, it's not in there either. I'm feeling much more confident that we might have something working now. I'm gonna leave those logs on. So really what we want to see is after we just want to see that number going up until it hits the attack speed number, which is somewhere around 2500 to 4500 is the number that is going to hit. And then it's going to reset. And they're not all going to reset at the same time, so eventually they're not all going to read the same like they do now. Like when it first starts, they all had the same values. That shouldn't be the case the whole time. We're just going to push play and then stop again once it shows up. Ugh. Okay, this one's okay. This just means it keeps nulling this out, and it's probably because of the way I was setting it. I wasn't setting anything. This might be the last time I have to do this, and then there should be a value. I hope. The server should be fine. I shouldn't even have to restart it. Let's play this and then stop it as soon as the data shows up. Please, data show up. Okay. Now, did the numbers get bigger? So we started off at 250. After updates, it's 250. Aha, there we go. See how it's growing now? All it was some missing methods in my updates. The server, it's kind of weird. The server must start running before I actually see updates in the UI, because this is 2 seconds in. And I stopped that almost instantaneously after I saw it on the... Look, here's where one of them reset. So one of them triggered. I don't have any logs, I guess, that I set up for when an attack happened. But you can see here that that part's working too. So one of the heroes reverted back to 0. And the rest of them were still going up here. And then on this next loop through, that one went up to 570. Did any of them zero out? Any of them else zero out yet? Here's one that zeroes out. All right. That looks good. Now if I push play, the new problem is some of the enemies already took damage and I don't have a way to update the database, like reset it right now. Let's check how let's check their health. Some of them are already probably partially dead. That one is dead. 12, 3. Well, since we're only doing... What did I have these set at? 8, 16, 6, 32. 8, 16, 6, and 32. And so far we can also see that it didn't allow it to attack the one in the back row yet, which is what we wanted to see before we went down this huge rabbit hole of issues with that time elapsed crap. All right, so let's look. Let's just kind of watch it. Now we should see the HP going down on all the front ones first, and then finally the one in back should get attacked. Oh, the UI is not updating. We know it's updating in the background. That was long enough. It might, all the enemies might have already died the way I have it set up right now. Yeah, see, 3 of the enemies died, and then it was working on that last enemy. Eight, 16, 632. Oh, I know what I did wrong. It's gonna update just fine. I didn't update the underlying code with the new fields, so let's do that real quick. So before I quit, I want to see this updating. It is in here. See, I set it to base HP on both sides. Because when I originally did this, I didn't have that current HP field set up yet. And I haven't been back in here to update. So it needs to be, this side should be the current HP. Same with MP, even though we're not using it yet. Me. We'll go ahead and update the hero too, even though I don't have the enemies attacking yet. And I bet everything is going to work. I didn't quite get as far as I wanted to today. But we did get a working combat loop now, given it's not very fleshed out at all. But we did get it working. So we did make progress, just not quite as much as I wanted to. I wanted to get some of these UI elements updated too. So how we were talking about setting up the, you can see they're taking damage really quick here. And so this one has enough defense that he doesn't take damage as fast. And I don't know what it's going to do once it hits 0. It's probably going to throw an error down here because I don't have anything. Yeah, I don't have anything in place to work with that scenario yet. So as soon as it killed all the enemies, it didn't know who to attack and it aired out. But that's expected. Okay. So some progress today. I'm not going to say good progress today. But my next session, I definitely want to work on that idea of the combat event object where it tracks. It needs to track who initiated the action, who they targeted, and how much damage they did. And I need all of that data stored in this separate object so that the UI can consume it and cause some type of event to happen. So on that same it's going to need to be a part of the bigger combat data object. But then our code should loop through that and trigger an event for each one of those or something. You know what I mean? We need all that data, and then once it's there, then we can have the UI say, okay, this is the object that triggered, so it should do something. Maybe initially all I'll have it do is like create a line that lasts for a second or something to show to the targets, which right now there's only one target. And then maybe I'll figure out how to do just a really crappy version of a floating text damage thing so it shows damage appear over the enemy and just kind of float and fade to nothing. That's probably what I'll do. And that's something, once we set that up, we can use that in the real game too, that idea of floating text. But that'll be another big piece that we need on the UI side, because you could tell one of the most annoying parts was you had no idea who was actually doing the attack. And I mean, their hit points were going down, but you had no idea why. So we need to fix that. So when a player's playing, they know what is actually happening. So that's the next step for the combat. Okay, guys, I am worn out after all that troubleshooting today, so I am going to call it a day, get some rest, and the next time I'm on here, hopefully I make better progress and don't make so many dumb mistakes like that, so I'm not losing time. But anyways, I appreciate everyone that's on watching, and I'll see you guys next time.